2, test, test, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, test, test. Test, test. Test, test. One, two.
Okay, it's time to get started. At this time, I will call the special meeting of the Lawton Water Authority to order. Please call the roll.
Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Present.
Warren.
Thank you. Quorum is established. Business item number 1, consider and take action in approving a resolution to accept the Oklahoma Water Resources Board ARPA grant in the amount of $2 million and authorize the chairman and secretary to execute the funding agreement for the grant. These grant funds are designated for the construction of a dewatering facility at the Southeast Water Treatment Plant. Rusty.
Yes, last year the state, in their ARPA funds that came to the state of Oklahoma, we applied for a competitive grant for $2 million for water and wastewater infrastructure improvements and designated the Southeast Water Treatment Plant as the funding location for a dewatering facility to remove the alum sludge from the wastewater treatment plant. And also, this facility would take care of the effluent for the well treatment process when we get that built. So we were successful in receiving that grant, and this is authorization to execute the funding documents from OWRB for the $2 million.
All right, great work. We love all the grants you get. Do I have questions or a motion for approval?
I'll make a motion, Mr. Mayor.
A motion for approval and a second. Discussion or debate, please vote. Motion carries 6-0. Thank you, Rusty. Bringing up item 2, discuss the April 30, 2024 letter from Bank of America regarding the technical default of the Series 2013 supplemental note indenture dated July 1, 2013, and authorize the chairman to sign acknowledgement of said letter.
Board members of the Water Authority, this letter was received from the authority on April 30th of this year. It's from Bank of America, which we have debt with. Essentially, it's because of our 2023 audit is late, and part of the terms with the agreement we have with Bank of America is that the audit will be turned in 270 days after the close of the fiscal year. And so the bank is letting us know that this is a form of technical default. We are, of course, still making our payments, but this is something we need to work to do better on. But they're asking us to acknowledge that we are late with our audit. We also received one of these last year, so this is a kind of a repeat, and we're wanting to do better, obviously, but we need to have authorization for the chair to sign the acknowledgement.
Do you have anything you want to add to that?
No, Mayor.
Okay. Do I have questions, discussion, or a motion? I have a motion for approval and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Okay. Motion carries 6-0. I have a motion for adjournment. We have a motion for adjournment. Do we have a second? We do have a second. Please vote.
Gill.
Yes.
Hampton. Uyghur. Williams. Hankins. Chapman.
You ready, John? Okay. At this time, the Water Authority meeting stands adjourned. At this time, I'll call this regularly scheduled meeting of the Lawton City Council to order. Please stand for the invocation by Councilwoman Linda Chapman and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Councilwoman?
Thank you, Mayor. Holy God, we stand before you recognizing all the blessings you give to each and every one of us every single day. As a council, we ask for guidance and direction in making our decisions, oftentimes very difficult decisions, for the benefit of our citizens and for the future growth of this city. In Jesus' name, amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America All right, thank you. Please call the roll.
Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Gill.
Yes.
Hampton. Weiger. Williams. Warren.
Okay, and we have two proclamations. We've got the Citizen of the Month, Miss Lori Cruz. If you would like to join me down here, please. How are you? Well, I'm working on some kind of wonderful thing. All right, Lori, we appreciate all that you do, and we're going to kind of tell the story here as we read this proclamation. It's always my honor to do the Citizen of the Month, because I'm going to tell you, the city doesn't work except for all the volunteers and people that give of themselves to make a difference, many times in the life of children. Whereas in the month of May, the city of Lawton proudly commemorates Miss Lori Cruz and her remarkable dedication to serve our city. Whereas Miss Cruz is a fifth grade teacher at Woodland Hills Elementary who volunteers at least 15 to 20 hours per week. That's on top of working. Showcasing her selfless devotion to the betterment of our local charities. Whereas Miss Cruz has generously volunteered her time each month of the school year for the past 3 years, conducting service projects to benefit local charities. The Cancer Center Bench, Junior League Diaper Drive, Toy Drive, Blanket Drive, Veterans Thanksgiving Meals, and Pet Food Drive are just a few of the examples of the project she has orchestrated. Whereas hundreds of children are motivated by her giving spirit and continue her volunteerism to this day, her donation drives have grown from just her classroom to the whole school and even into the community. On behalf of the City Council, I want to express my sincere appreciation to Ms. Lori Cruz and her unwavering commitment to the charities within our community. Her kind generosity is truly admirable. Therefore, I do proclaim Ms. Lori Cruz as Citizen of the Month for May 2024. On behalf of the City of Lawton, thank you for setting an inspirational example for others to emulate, and it all rises to the highest level of some kind of wonderful. Let's give her a round of applause. Let's step over here a little bit. Okay, now we got to look at this camera. This is the official camera.
And these are all my kids that got out of school.
Well, I want a picture with them. Come up here. I want a picture with y'all. And they got out of school to come here? Let's wait a minute. Let's move away from that podium. We don't want any kids hiding behind the podium. Everybody out from behind?
How about our principals? Come on.
We got principals here? We got a bashful principal. All right. Okay, official camera right here. All right, now you get to talk for a minute.
Oh, no. Okay. I'm usually the one that's behind the scenes. I don't like to be up front, so. But thank you to all the parents and grandparents that came out, brought their kids out to support. Thank you to the McGrath family who nominated me. Thank you for your love and kindness that you have shown. And also, I have parents and grandparents of students that I've had in the past that have come out to support me. My teachers, Mrs. Tate was one of my elementary teachers. Mrs. McCann was one of my elementary teachers. Ms. Curvin is out here supporting. She was a counselor when I was at Brockland. And I just want to thank everybody, all my family and my friends who have been so generous in helping me to get these community service projects going and continued. And I just, you know, this is the reason why I do what I do. So thank you very much.
I'm Dana Parrish. This is Cheryl Tate. We are from the Mayor's Commission on the Status of Women. We are the ones that collect the nominations for the Citizen of the Month. Congratulations, Lori Cruz, for being our citizen this month. And if you know someone that does volunteer work, nominate them. They might be up here next time.
All right, let's give them another big round of applause. All right. You've got quite a cheering section there. Thank you. My favorite part of that proclamation was how the kids she inspired that are grown-ups today continue to serve. And that's what it's all about, isn't it? Have we got any police in the room? I need all the police, uniformed or not, down at the front. Okay? Come on. This is National Police Week. How are you, Chief? How you doing? Happy to be on. How you doing? Mason and I'm in. Oh, Chief. Hi. How you doing, Chief? How you doing? All right. All right, this is a good group up here today. And this is National Police Week. Whereas in 1962, President Kennedy proclaimed May the 15th as National Peace Officers Memorial Day, and the calendar week in which May the 15th falls as National Police Week. Established by a joint resolution of Congress in 1962, National Police Week pays special recognition to those law enforcement officers who have placed their life in danger to protect you and I, and for particularly those that have lost their lives during that service time. Whereas the International Association of Chiefs of Police have declared law enforcement officers' safety and wellness a top priority, and the IACP Center for Officer Safety and Wellness promotes the importance of individual, agency, family, and community safety and wellness awareness. Whereas the members of the Lawton Police Department play an essential role in safeguarding the rights and freedoms of the citizens of the city of Lawton. Whereas it is important that all citizens know and understand the problems, duties, and responsibilities of their police department, and that members of our police department recognize their duty to serve the people by safeguarding life and property, by protecting them against violence or disorder, and by protecting the innocent against deception and the weak against oppression and intimidation. Whereas the Lawton Police Department has grown to be a progressive and professional law enforcement agency which unceasingly provides a vital public service. I do hereby proclaim the week of May 13 to May 17 as National Police Week in the city of Lawton, with appropriate ceremonies and observances in which all our people may join in commemorating police officers past and present by their faithful and loyal devotion to their responsibilities, rendering a dedicated service to their communities, and in so doing have established for themselves an enviable and enduring reputation for preserving the rights and securities of all citizens. I further call upon all citizens of the City of Lawton to observe May 15th as National Police Officer Memorial Day, to honor those police officers who, through their courageous deeds, have lost their lives or have become disabled in the performance of duties. I think we ought to give our police officers standing ovation. Please join me. Who's your newest officer? Who's the newest officer? This one's not quite 2 years, I know that, right? You got 2 years? Not yet, sir? Do you have more than 2? You don't have more than 2 either?
Not here.
How much do you have?
Altogether,
Okay, so you're still the newest. Anybody here less than 2 years? Okay, you're our show off right here. Let's get a picture. Gotta hide my microphone. All right, now we appreciate our police officers. Would you like to say something before I let the chief talk?
Sure. I just want to say thank you to the community. We really appreciate all your support, and we appreciate that you guys back our community. So thank you for all that you do.
I can only echo what she said. Thank you for your support. The community support and support of the council. This is a day, a week that we honor those who have lost their lives in the line of duty. Last year, unfortunately, we lost 138 souls in the line of duty. But this week is set aside. We have a whole week in Washington, D.C. for ceremonies and events. But also we did something last Friday in Oklahoma City for the state that honor those. So it is a event to honor those who lost their lives, but also remember the survivors, the families, and their loved ones that each and every day suffer with that loss. But thank you all once again for your support.
Let's give it up. Thank you all so much.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. A couple months ago, we had some wonderful grant training here in the city of Lawton, and we had a very nice lady, Latonya Shivers from the University of Oklahoma State in Oklahoma City, come down and facilitate that training, and that training has already paid off. We've already been awarded a couple of grants since that training, so I wanted to publicly recognize her. She's sitting in the back trying to hide, but Latonya, will you come on up, please? And for Latonya, I think this was a little bit of a labor of love because she's originally from Lawton, a MacArthur grad, if memory serves correct. So we appreciate all the great training. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, thank you. And now it's time for reports by the mayor and city council. And we'll start with Fort Sill liaison, Colonel P.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council. I just wanted to, acknowledge that Fort Sill, we completed the fire symposium that was hosted by the Artillery and the Air Defense Associations over the past week that brought in, I think, close to 1,000 additional guests into the community and had a wonderful time at the convention area. A lot of former and retired Artillery and Air Defense members, so it was great to get them back here into the community. Very, very pleased. And then we've just concluded today's closing ceremonies of the inaugural Best Red Light competition, so the Best Artillery competition for both the fire direction, fire support, and the firing organization. So great event as well to really bring, I think, a lot of attention here to Lawton Sill, and look forward to continuing doing that in the future years. Thank you.
And it was a special treat to see Lieutenant General Beagle with his I Love Lawton Fort Sill pin on his uniform. And the story about how it got there was interesting, that when his plane flew over into Oklahoma airspace, his duffel bag exploded and there was the pin. So I appreciated that. Thank you, Ms. Williams.
Mayor, I'd like to say it's going to be a 2024 Chautauqua, which is sponsored by Lawton Public Library. It's Lift Every Voice, 60 years since Civil Rights Act. It's going to be June the 18th through the 22nd at the Albert Johnson Senior Conference Center. Also, there's upgrades that started at the George Lee Park, which is located in the Ranch Oaks Addition, started at yesterday. It's going to be looking very nice. Also, upgrades continue at the Patterson Center. Also, Lee Boulevard, starting at 11th Street all the way past the airport. The street has milled and overlaid, very, very nice. I've already had some citizens have written a letter thanking the Streets Committee for the exemplary job they have done. And also, there's continued upgrades with the Lawton Airport. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Uyghur.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to remind everyone that we all know someone that has been battling dementia and Alzheimer's. And I know that there's a workshop going to be held at the library on Friday. And if you have friends or loved ones involved or battling dementia and Alzheimer, that would be something you might want to look at attending.
Thank you, Mr. Hampton.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't want to sound like a broken record, but Farmers Market, you know, I'm going to tell you what, I did go to Arts for All, and we did pick up a few delicacies from there, but I missed my Farmers Market this year. I just ate the rest of my smoked Gouda cheese, homemade by a Marine here locally. But make your way out there to that farmer's market. You'll find that you'll probably stay longer than you decided, meet and greet some people and do some great things. I want to mention two events. The Armed Forces Day Parade, I believe that's this Saturday, isn't it? Somebody help me out here. I think it starts at what time? 10 a.m. 10 a.m. 10 a.m. down C and 11th Street. Take the kiddos out there. They throw the candy out and everything. It's always a really, really fun time. Second thing is the airport. The airport is actually getting fairly close to completion. There is going to be a ribbon cutting for the airport terminal area May the 24th. That's a Saturday. What is that, Thursday? What day is the 24th? Friday. That's the Friday, not this week, but next week. Anyways, it's at 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. They're going to have refreshments and served, and that's going to be at the main terminal. Listen, they're going to be giving out tours on the new Skybridge. That dang Skybridge they got there, that thing is like a super duper vehicle all in itself. You got to see that thing. It's better than any of the Skybridges I've ever been on at any of the other airports I went. That's going to be May the 24th, 3 to 5 p.m. at the airport terminal. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Gill.
There we go. Good to see everyone. I'm sure you've noticed all the new road going in across town. There's been a lot of positive feedback on that. Citizens get to see where their money is meeting the road. So now Mayor Stan Booker's 10 wins for the citizens of Lawton has become 40 wins for the citizens of Lawton, and there's more to come in 24. Thank you.
Even more in 24. Thank you, Mr. Gill. Ms. Chapman?
The Meadowbrook Hines Neighborhood Watch Meeting will be this coming Monday at St. Paul's United Methodist Church, 7 p.m. Hope to see my neighbors.
All right. Thank you. And Ms. Hankins?
I have an announcement to make, and I'm going to read it because if you've ever visited with me, you know I bounce all over the place. It's like, okay, what was the topic she was on then, and now she's all over the place. So this is hard, but it's the right time. Most of you have already heard that I'm not running for council again. I'm at the end of my second term, which is my 6th year. My last council meeting will be in December 2024. I want to give everyone that is interested in running for Ward 1 time to put your campaign together. Campaigning can be fun. Meeting new people and getting to know how they want you to represent them is interesting, and yeah, it's fun. I've enjoyed almost all the time serving the city of Lawton that welcomed me in 1998 as a resident. Thank you for that. Lawton is a friendly city if you allow it to be. Nothing can be accomplished with negativity. Different opinions and solutions are great, but delivery is important. Be part of the decision-making team and run for office. Thank you for everything, and I will be around until December.
All right, thank you. That was very nice, and I know everybody here, you and I came on at the same time. I've enjoyed serving with you, and it looks like you've got 6 or 7 months left, and I know they'll be great, and you'll continue to work hard. Audience participation. Anyone having an item of business to present to the City Council that does not appear on the agenda, please come forward at this time. The Mayor and Council will receive comments from audience members. Council may recommend to the individual or group as to what action they should take. In essence, refer the situation to a particular department or person at the city offices. Each speaker will have a 3-minute time limit. Each topic will have a 9-minute time limit. And audience participation will be limited to 30 minutes in total. And I have a request to speak by Carrie Thomas. Is Carrie here? And Pamela McHall-Greiner. Is that right? You'll tell me when you get here, right? Okay. Okay.
My name
Ms.
is
Thomas.
Carrie Thomas. I live at 6215 Northwest 36 in Bethany, Oklahoma, 73008. Okay, that's good that you guys, have all the stuff you had before the meeting today. Now I'm going to tell you some facts other than the emotions that y'all have heard in the past 10 minutes or 30 minutes. This is regarding West Wind Refinery. They make nickel there. Nickel making can hurt humans, mercury and arsenic. Sulfide ore copper mining has the potential to release numerous chemicals known to negatively affect human health, including mercury, arsenic, lead, asbestos, like fibers and air pollution. These chemicals are included in the World Health Organization top 10 chemicals of major public health concern. Nickel powder causes lung cancer to humans and animals. With the EPA, animal studies of nickel carbonyl have reported lung tumors in human and animal studies, which we have a lot of that underneath our sink in our kitchen. But these have not. This is a refinery that hasn't been built in the United States. And your mayor up here hasn't even done his homework when it comes to the exact plan. And how do I know that? Because I talked to the DEQ guy that licensed all this a couple of weeks ago. He doesn't know the plan. And so how are your citizens supposed to know the plan if this board doesn't know the plan? This is an echo chamber, meaning these people in here, the people beside him, are going to agree with what he has to say. Every man that is in power wants a legacy. Now, Mayor, is your legacy going to be hurting the city of Lawton, the county of Lawton, or do you want to be like the person like you was just a second ago, clapping with people? I was thrust in a position in Oklahoma City to save lives. That is my life. I got picked to do that. I did not run for it, and I don't make no money off of it. And I had to come here to alert your citizens of this. I have to waste my gas coming down here, waste my money to help what you have implemented and done wrong. And you can always take back what you've done wrong and apologize to this community about wanting to set this refinery in. Is that the way you want your legacy to be? No. No, my time's not up. No, you be quiet. Okay, you had over 30 minutes that you wasted with all these people coming in. You hear? Y'all want cancer? Then you keep letting him do this.
Okay, and now Pamela, if you'll come up and help us with that pronunciation, okay? And you'll have 3 minutes. Let's give it just a minute, ma'am, so there won't be any interruptions.
You want me to pass these on?
Yeah, down. Okay, now you can go.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, council people, men and women. Thank you, I appreciate that. My name is Pamela McNall Granier, so it's the Irish, Louisiana accent that I'm going for. I am a Christian. I'm a conservative. I'm a small business owner. My husband and I also are ranchers. I'm a disabled Navy veteran. And I am running on a multitude of things. I'm running for State Senate District 31, which part of Lawton is part of District 31. I am standing for veterans issues. Again, as a disabled veteran, I am standing with small business owners. I am standing for American issues, and I am standing with the Second Amendment. I'm also standing with the Constitution. With the ranching issues, I'm not sure if you all knew this or not. If you're ranchers, you probably know this. In the January 23rd of this year, EPA proposed a new rule that brings 3.879 MPP, that's meat and poultry products, processing facilities under their jurisdiction. The EPA is doing that. So that's overreach. And again, as a Navy veteran, and I've retired from the federal government, I know all about overreach. I am also standing with, I'm standing against Big Pharma. I'm standing against dark monies. I am standing against illegal immigrants, and I am voting the Bible. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming. Is there anybody else that would like to come and speak? Yes, sir.
Good morning, Council. Richard J. Warren, 2418 Northwest 80th Street, Lawton, Oklahoma. I'm also part of the Comanche County Republican Party. I wanted to remind the board, or the council, and the people in Lawton, we have primaries coming up on 18 June. Get out and vote, please. You know, 4 or 5, 15% of our people only tend to vote. We need a large turnout of people to come out and vote, so we can actually make a difference and an impact in what we want. So thank you, Council.
All right, thank you. And is there anybody else that would like to come to speak on an item that is not on the agenda? Thought he was coming. Okay, seeing none, I will close audience participation. And that will bring up the consent agenda. And we will pull item 26, 28, 29, and we will strike item 35. Are there any other items the council would like to pull for discussion? Seeing none, can I get a motion for approval with the exception of item 26, 28, and 29 and striking 35?
So moved, Mayor.
Have a motion and a second. Please vote. Motion carries 6-0, bringing up item 26. Consider approving a support agreement with Harvest Plenty House of Prayer for their Chisholm Trail Summer Camp, writing into STEM and allocating the Harvest Plenty House of Prayer an amount up to $43,970 from the Propel CIP in accordance with the intent of Resolution 23-75, Section C.5, to provide funding for youth programs as recommended by the Youth and Family Affairs Committee. Mr. Uyghur.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I'd like to move that to send this back to the committee for reconsideration. due to the high cost of the citizens served.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to send back to committee for reconsideration. Is there a second? We do have a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. And motion carries 6-0. Bringing up item 28. Subject to the approval of an agreement for limited event support between the City of Lawton and the LaSalle Citywide Juneteenth Committee, Incorporated, consider approving a resolution amending the City of Lawton FY 2023-2024 budget as amended by appropriating $7,000 to the Hotel Motel Fund for the organization and hosting the Juneteenth events by the LaSalle Citywide Juneteenth Committee, Incorporated. Kristen.
We've had a second Juneteenth committee ask for funding out of the Hotel Motel funds. Should the agreement, item 29, be approved, we will need a budget amendment for $7,000 from the Hotel Motel fund.
Okay, thank you. Hang on just a minute. Ms. Hankins, you pulled this.
Mayor, I thought this had come up in a meeting a while back, that we would contribute to one event in Lawton for Juneteenth. So it doesn't come up again, because it's come up several years in a row. I'd like to have the staff develop a policy to outline that the city will contribute and support in any way the Juneteenth event that has been so successful. I hope that we will be unified with the event, that our city shows that we are united to the Juneteenth Inc., currently chaired by Bishop Dunaway.
And that's a motion?
Yes, it is.
Do I have a second? Do I have a motion and a second? Discussion or debate? Please vote. Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to say and voice that I think it's wonderful that our government has given this special day to the black community. It is no doubt that we all celebrate diversity, and I think that it's wonderful that our city is choosing to put monies towards celebrating this great event. And, you know, it takes legitimization for things to come to the forefront sometimes, so that we all begin to enjoy the rich culture that we all have, both good and bad, because our cultures are made up of both good and bad things. With that said, I think that this event has been going on for some time. My little 93-year-old mother always calls me and says, we better go down there and get some good ribs and food. And we've been going there for probably the last 10 years. And it is a great event to go to. And I think that just like the 4th of July, every year there are more than just one celebration of the 4th of July, and it's been that way with the Juneteenth, which I think is a wonderful thing that everybody wants to celebrate both privately and publicly. With that said, I think that Mary Ann Hankins, Councilwoman Hankins, is correct that the city can only support probably one event and be solidified. And I think as a duty to the citizens, and I've given this a lot of thought, I think that that the direction, I believe that we had a report, and the Department of Jason, what's your department? Yeah, sorry, I drew a blank. You know, I'm getting old now. I'm almost 70. Thank you for the help. And then I think the Parks and Recs are getting involved. I think this other celebration, we're having some support from the city too, and that costs the city money also. But I think that, with that said, I think that somehow we have to unify, and instead of having several celebrations through the city, that we need to focus in and have one, come together and have one big celebration together, because I think that is really the American way. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, is there any other comments? Okay, what you're voting on here, just to clarify, you're voting to reject the request from the second organization and directing staff to develop a policy that we only work with the one we're working now, currently chaired by Bishop Dunaway. Correct? Please vote. Okay, who abstained? Okay. Okay, can she, Donalyn, she's wanting to change her vote. Can she vote verbally, or do we have to reset it, or what?
No, I can take a verbal vote.
Okay, can you vote verbally, please? Okay, so the motion carries 5-1. Motion carries 5-1. Okay, and I don't think item 29 needs to be considered, correct? Since item 28 failed?
Yeah, budget amendment.
Okay, so 29 is not necessary. And we will move on. 35 was struck. That brings us up to business items. Number 38, consider approving a resolution fixing the amount of general obligation bonds, Series 2024, to mature each year, fixing the time and place of the bonds are to be sold, designating a paying agent, registrar, approving the preliminary official statement and distribution thereof, ratifying and confirming a continuing disclosure agreement, authorizing the clerk to give notice of said sale as required by law, and fixing other details of the issue. City Attorney.
So, Mayor, Council, back last September, the Lawton voters approved a street and roadways and bridges capital improvement program in the amount of $60 million to be funded essentially through ad valorem taxes. And so what we're bringing forward today is the first issuance of that series. And so that's essentially what we're doing today. If council approves this, we have a resolution for council to consider. We will be issuing $6,300,000 worth of bonds for this first issuance, and that will allow us to move forward. And this is going to be for constructing, reconstructing, improving, repairing streets, roads, and bridges that are acquired by the city through grant, dedication, or otherwise for the public. Also used for purchasing, constructing, repairing city-owned utilities that are adjacent to such streets, bridges, and roadways in need of repair and replacement. So we have our bond counsel here today. We also have our financial advisor with Bank of Oklahoma here if there's any questions. But if the resolution were to pass, we will move forward with going out for bids and getting bids and planning on issuing the bonds. I believe we're looking at June. Is that right, Chris? June 25th. Any questions?
Council, you have any questions or comments? Do I have a motion for approval?
Mayor, Council, I move that we adopt this resolution.
Okay, and I have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 6-0. Does that meet the qualification?
It does.
Okay. All right, so that motion carries. Okay. All right, now we're going to get out of order a little bit because we have some folks here from Denver that I guess need to get back home. So it brings up item 52, receive a report on Gore Boulevard traffic study and direct staff to make an application to ODOT for the carbon reduction grant funds to be utilized towards signal improvement from 2nd Street to Lori Tatum Road on Gore Boulevard. Findings from traffic engineer TEC. Did I read the right agenda item?
Yes, sir.
I did?
Yes.
But this isn't TEC.
That's WSB.
Pardon?
That's WSB who is here to give you a presentation on.
Okay, so
yes.
they're going to give the presentation.
Yes.
Okay.
So, Mayor and Council, we have WSB engineers who are here to give you a presentation on Gore Boulevard traffic flow study. They did for Planning Department. Here's is Hamide. Yes.
Okay, we're ready, I think.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and City Council members.
Okay, we're going to have to get closer.
Is that clear? Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. My name is Hamida Etemadnia. I'm with WSB ESD. We've been merged with WSB. We changed the name, but you still see the presentation under ESD because we started as a ESD. I'm here to present the study that we have done on Gore Boulevard from 7th Street to Lowry Tatum. Okay. I'll go through the study area, study purpose, the data collection we have done on this corridor, the recommendation that we have provided in terms of improving the traffic flow on this study area, and then we came up with the planning level cost estimates for the recommendations. The study area, as I mentioned, is on the Gore Boulevard in the stretch of the 7th Street on the west, goes to the Lowry Tatum intersection on the east. The purpose of this study was to look at the corridor as the whole network and come up with improvements in terms of the operational and capacity improvements, roadway geometry, multimodal signing, striping, and safety improvements, as well as the access management improvements. We look at all these three segments for this corridor. In terms of the existing condition, we looked at the existing condition of the corridor. So there are about 7 signalized crossings at this stretch of the study area. We are seeing different signal timing and also signal phasing at this intersection, at these crossings. So they're not consistent throughout the corridor. We also heard anecdotally that there are congestion on the eastbound and westbound at the Railroad Street. So we had a closer look at this intersection. As you can see at this crossing, there's a very short distance on the median, which causes the issues of the congestion. And there's no left turn lane pockets, both on eastbound and westbound, which causes the traffic to be blocked out behind the through traffic, or through traffic can be blocked behind the left turn traffic at these 2 intersections. We also looked at the geometry of the roadway. We looked at all the intersections, the stretch of the corridor. We identified some issues such as poor ped crossing conditions at the intersections. There are some intersections with no ped crossing. There are discontinued sidewalk over this stretch of the study area. We saw there are some intersections that stop bars are missing. There are poor or no ADA compliance at some of the intersections. There are very poor pavement marking or no pavement marking. We saw the discontinued sidewalk and missing bike facilities and sidewalk facilities at this corridor. We collected data in this corridor. We looked at the 24-hour traffic counts because we want to do the operational analysis at 3 locations on this corridor. We also collected the peak hour turning movement count at the signalized intersection, as well as 16-hour turning movement counts at the Lowry Tatum to see if the signal is warranted at this intersection or not. Based on the data that we have collected, we determined the design hourly volume or the peak hour volume for the analysis. We also looked at the 2045 horizon and used the Lawton MPO travel demand model to determine the growth factors at this corridor and define the 2045 traffic counts or traffic volumes for the analysis. In terms of the operational analysis, we looked at each intersection individually, looked at the level of services for the operation and capacity at each intersection, as well as we looked at the whole area, whole corridor as one network. At the Lowry Tatum, based on the counts we have collected at this intersection, we ran the signal warrant analysis following the MUTCD guideline, and the signal is warranted at this intersection, which is currently signalized. We also looked at the crash data that we received from the police department for about like 5 years, less than 5 years data. we looked at this, it was about a total of 118 crashes in the study area for this 4.5 years. There was only one fatal crash reported at Gore Boulevard and 4th Street. We didn't have much of a data regarding the causes of the crashes to be able to work on the countermeasures to see, recommend what is the modification factor. In terms of the recommendation, with the data that we collected at this corridor, we came up with the recommendation for operational improvements, for roadway geometry, signing, striping, and access management improvements. In terms of the operational improvements, based on what we saw in this corridor and signal timing and phasing, which was not consistent over this corridor, we looked at the improvement in terms of signal timing and phasing with no changes to the geometry at the intersection. That by itself improve a lot of operations in the corridor. We also look at some of the improvements based on signal timing and phasing, which is part of the improvement with very minor changes, adding the left turn and right turn pocket at Railroad to just have a storage lane for the turning movements. We also looked at some signal timing phasing improvement along with the intermediate changes to the network of the geometry configuration by closing some of the medians at the intersections. And all these improvements are explained in detail in the report. In terms of the geometry, signing, striping, recommendation was painting the new pedestrian crossing, paint the stop bars, provide the connected sidewalk and bike lane facilities, provide the ADA compliance based on the ADA standards at the sidewalk, wherever the sidewalk is crossing the curb, and repaint the pavement marking. For the bike and ped facility improvement, we are recommending two options. One is expanding the existing sidewalk north and south of the Gore Boulevard. The north and south of the Gore Boulevard, there's a sidewalk, existing of a sidewalk with some gaps that we are recommending to expand that to 10 feet and close the gap or bridge the gap between the places that we don't have a sidewalk. And then that can be used as a shared facility for bike and ped. Also, we are recommending to construct a new 10-foot lane dedicated to ped and bike on the median, similar to what exists today as a sidewalk between the 2nd and 3rd Street. So that can be continued over the whole corridor and the median with some connection to the crossroads. Based on the recommendation that we have provided throughout this corridor, we came up with a high-level planning cost for each of the improvements. Signal timing phasing improvement, we are thinking that this can be provided to the city, and there's, with a minimum no cost, the city can implement those improvement to the signal at these intersections. At the Railroad and Gore Boulevard, adding the left turn lane pockets on Gore Boulevard, the cost has been calculated. Also for including ped bike facilities, as well as fixing the ADA, signing and striping at the intersections. With that, I will leave it to Saeed Sopi, my colleague, to talk about the more citywide improvements.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Hamida. As Hamida mentioned, I want to talk a bit about beyond this section of the corridor of facility. As I'm sure you know, traffic operations and signal timing, you may improve traffic flow on one segment of the road, but that traffic now moving better may push down to another intersection or intersections down the road or affect crossroads. So we recommend for the city to consider more of a citywide review of traffic signal timing so that they can all work together in coordination. In addition to that, traffic signal operations is very dependent, it's a very dynamic business. It depends on technology and changing traffic patterns. Constantly, equipment that we use at signalized intersections, the technologies, the electronics that are in the controllers the software platforms that are used in the back in the offices to allow your employees to monitor these systems constantly change and provide new tools. And if you upgrade these, it will give your staff the eyes and ears on the system to be responsive to these changes. So what we recommend for the city to consider is conducting a process where you can take an inventory of where the state of practice is right now. What is at the signalers intersections, what kind of equipment you have, hardware and software, what kind of controllers you have, what tools you have for managing this system. And that what that will allow you to do is gives you that eyes and ears on the system to be able to more efficiently manage your system, treat it as an asset, manage that asset better, and operate it better. We recommend that once you do that, you come up with a plan of where we are here, where we want to be, and in what steps we can get to that point and how it can be implemented. So we recommend those to be considered by the city.
Are you ready for questions?
Yes.
Okay, you don't have anything to say, Katie?
No, sir, not today.
Chris?
No, sir.
Okay. So, I want to go back to that cost analysis sheet. Now, that very top line says signal timing 0. It doesn't have any money in there. Help me understand that. Everything costs money.
Absolutely. We are here talking about implementation. If the city implements what is recommended in terms of optimizing the signal timing and syncing the signals over on the corridor, it will be implemented by the city. So in terms of the implementation, there's going to be 0 cost from the consulting side.
Okay, I get it. Now, you also seem to say, or I understood, that the different lights along that corridor are not set to work together.
Correct.
They're set on different timings. Now, City Manager, do we have the capacity within our organization to correct that?
Yes, Mayor, we do.
All right, it does raise the question why we wouldn't coordinate it. And I have a suggested motion, but I don't want to keep anybody from asking questions that they want to ask. Does anybody have other questions?
I wanted some clarification.
Okay.
You stated in your report, by the way, you couldn't find any more things wrong than 10. Anyway, in your report, you were talking about Railroad and Gore closing the median. I believe is what it said.
That's one of the options.
No, okay, it's an option. And by that, are you talking about, explain that further in detail?
Yes, one of the options that we considered as one of the improvement, because this is a very short median at the railroad street, we were thinking of closing this and sending the left turners to the adjacent intersections, but that also will close the access of the north-south movement. We have also looked at just blocking the left turners from the eastbound and westbound, keep the north and south, block those. We did it as another sensitivity analysis that we did, and that by itself improves a lot of delay at this intersection. As you can see at the railroad, what you see in that kind of yellow block, it's a split timing. So that shows eastbound and westbound, they cannot move together because of that left turn traffic. And because the median is very short, you can't run them together. So you have to wait for the westbound to finish the movement, to go west and left, and then do the eastbound. By prohibiting the left turn on westbound and eastbound, you are allowing the westbound and eastbound traffic to move together, so that will basically improve the delay at these two intersections.
Can you apply a percentage or something to that?
In terms of the delay, I would say the delay from the existing condition, what you see here with all those different phasing and timing here, if we only fix that intersection, close the left turn movement, it will improve the delay between 50 to 60%.
At that intersection?
at those two intersections.
Now, when you gave this at the airport, when we were in a MPO meeting, you said 27%. Was that for the whole corridor?
That was a 27% on the speed, the average speed for the whole corridor, when we looked at the corridor. And also I have numbers for the average speed improvement if we only do that one intersection. If you allow me a second.
Well, we certainly don't have the packing or the stacking area in that little short strip because, I mean, I drive it every day, 2 or 3 times. It's right in my area. And I don't know what that would do to the public service building, the fire department getting in and out, but that's going to affect it in some way, which I'm not really worried about. But
So I think Chief Williams is coming down to recommend against closing that corridor because of the negative impact it would have on public safety.
But is that not something that we can put an emergency deal up, kind of like what the railroads use, so that we don't have to pay all day long and all night when these trucks aren't running, but yet give the fire department priority? That's what I was talking about. Yeah, and then that way it can only be used by the fire department and it's always available, but the rest of the traffic can go free, because how many times a day are we making runs? I'm sure we make a lot, but not that many, and the traffic's just horrible through that whole corridor.
And there's 8 to 10 runs that come out of that station that day. Not all of them will proceed across Gore, but the average number is 8 to 10 runs for Station 1, and that if we do close that, that would negatively impact our citizens' safety if we do that.
Yeah, but with the emergency beacon and all of that, I don't see there's an impact there.
I don't either. I'm against closing it, and
Well, I
totally
understand.
that would be something
I
I would
understand, man.
I would strongly advise.
Yeah, but
Yes, sir. I
I
can support that all day, just not closing that intersection.
Well, that's what I meant, not closing it where we tear the concrete out, have it only available for public service use.
Yes, sir.
And that would solve a lot of problems, the left lanes, the left turns, going north, south, east, west to stack up, because that really is a problem. And real quick, while I'm at it, City Manager, a year ago, I made a motion, and the council saw fit to go along with changing that equipment at the Lori Tatum and across the intersection, those 3 lights there, and put them on a synchronized deal. So we spent about $80,000 on that equipment there, so we already have that in place. And it works most of the time. I asked Larry today to check it. It looks like it may be off timing a little bit, but we've got that new equipment. We kept the old boxes, but we did put new equipment in. Thank you.
So I really like that idea, and part of my suggested motion will be come back with a cost for that. But in the meantime, why wouldn't signs that say no left turn on Gore at that intersection, I know some people don't follow the law, but most people do. Well, I think most people do.
Sure.
And would that make a difference? I mean, would that not do theoretically the same?
It would absolutely make a difference if we put the signing on these left turn, prohibition of the left turn on the eastbound and westbound, and we're still keeping that median open for the north-south and also for the emergency vehicles.
Okay. Other questions? Mr. Gill?
Yes. Yeah, I've got a question there.
I guess Alan.
Yeah. Thank you, Councilman. Yeah, I was just wondering, I sit in here, not you guys, but other people make plans of action, and there's always dollar signs that we have to consider, and that's a big thing for us as council people spending the taxpayers' dollars. But when I look at these plans and the options that we have, it seems to me like some of these options will give a higher percentage of probability to correct what we're trying to correct. Yeah, like if we could only afford to do 2 things, those 2 things then would alleviate, let's say, 60% of the problem, and then we'd be left with the 40% of dealing with just the 40%. In other words, as far as monetary, is that kind of stuff all considered sometimes when we're putting together these plans, rather than doing the whole complete plan, then maybe doing it in sections to get to the end point. Can anybody address that for me?
The numbers that you see in the cost estimate currently are the absolute numbers, meaning it's how much it's going to cost. We haven't done the packaging because we wanted to have this conversation with the city and see how this should be packaged and with what order of priority. As you see, there are sentiments about some of these options and which ones you would like to proceed with. We can certainly come back and do a benefit cost analysis on these, and that might be, if I understand, address your point.
I was just concerned for the citizens' sake on the approach that we were making on this as far as cost-wise and getting the most out of the dollar we're spending to accomplish the goal of knocking out this problem, even if it's on a percentage-wise. And that's a good answer. I appreciate that.
Gotcha.
And I can also add the very first probably thing that we saw in this corridor that we can be done with a minimum dollar value is improving the signal timing, coordinating the signal timing over the corridor, and also like making the phasing consistent with the movement at the intersections.
I wanted to clarify one thing with what I said, and when I was talking about these railroad crossings, and there would be a master control at the station or wherever to do this, but I had more to that than just having those for the emergency vehicles. I wanted to have this because I wanted to do away with the stoplight altogether at that intersection, because all the time we're not running emergency equipments and those aren't down, we still have traffic backups. That's a horrible location for a stoplight. And anyone you talk to driving down Gore, and it's been a lot of people, they hate that, and it is really ridiculous to have that many stoplights in a mile. So if we could take away that, we wouldn't need the no left turn signs and all of that. We'd just have a situation, there'd be no stoplight there. We might still need the signs to say that, but at least we could let the traffic go. If there's an emergency, the barriers would come down, just like on a railroad track, no different.
So that brings up the question.
Thank you.
If we were to put in the railroad type blockage, would that intersection warrant a light, or could the light be removed? And just for the public, if an intersection is warranted, we have liability if we don't put the light in. Is that correct? Okay.
We have not done the signal warrant analysis for that. As you see in the Larry Tatum that we have done, we have to collect at least 16 hours of the turning movement counts to be able to analyze the warrant of the signal. That can be doable, especially seeing that northbound and southbound traffic is way less than the eastbound, westbound traffic. That might be considered to see if the signal is warranted there by collecting more data.
The intersection's closed. I don't know why it would be warranted.
I was going to say,
if that's closed, yes.
If we put no left turn signs up, that's going to take care of the turning problem.
Yes.
At least legally. So we'd still be back to the count.
Other comments? Okay, here's my components of my suggested motion. Direct the staff to make application to ODOT for the carbon reduction grant funds to be utilized towards signal improvements from 2nd Street to Laurie Tatum Road on Gore, comma, to install no left turn signs on Gore at Railroad, east and west, within 1 week. To designate the corridor from Laurie Tatum to 6th Street on Gore as the highest priority and get the lights synchronized. You said we can do that, right? And we haven't. I don't know. Now I'm going to put 2 weeks on that. And what I'd like to do is what I saw in the Enid City Council meeting, and I'd like a video report to be made to council. And what they did was they had one person driving the car and another person taking a video as they went through there to show the city council that they had taken care of the problem. I'd like to see that same thing. Further, to develop a sidewalk improvement plan, or it might be better to bring back a agenda item to talk a little bit about the sidewalk improvement plan there. And I think we also need to have Mr. Gill's idea priced on the railroad type closure of the building. I probably didn't say it right, but everybody knows what I mean. Please don't ask me to repeat that. Could somebody make that motion?
Will you repeat the 1 week, just what you wanted in 1 week? You asked for something.
In 1 week, I want the no left turn signs up at Railroad.
I make the motion that we do exactly what you read.
Okay, is there a second? We do have a second. Discussion or debate? Did I leave anything out of that?
Mayor,
Yes.
I think that arguably the sidewalk improvement plan is outside the scope of this agenda item.
Okay, that's
But
why I said we probably need
we
to
can
come
bring
back.
that back,
Yeah.
but I don't think it should be part of this motion.
Okay, thank you. Please vote. Wow, we got all 8 people here. Motion carries 8-0. Everybody must like synchronized lights. Thank you, guys.
And if we could get the lights working as good as all the council here, we got it made.
Now, did we leave anything out of what we did here? Chris?
No, sir, I don't believe we did.
Caleb?
No, sir.
We good? Snehaw, you good? Okay, thank you guys for coming. You driving back tonight?
Nope. We're going to Tulsa.
Tulsa.
It's snowing in Denver.
Yeah, we're in Oklahoma.
If no tornado.
Thank
you.
Okay, thank you very much. That was item 52. And I'm going to make one more adjustment. We're going to go ahead and do number 54 because I've got to leave in a little bit, and that's my agenda item, so I'm going to be here. Item 54, receive an update on the implementation and success of Council Policy 6-1. Charlotte?
Thank you, Mayor.
Sorry, I was looking at some few other things. I want to be short and sweet. We have issued over 1,500 permits since July 1st. So with the council policy 6-1, you give a 30-day permit review time frame. We've had 6 out of the 1,500 that fell outside of that 30-day time frame. And the majority of that was when we went live with our new system and just trying to work out some bugs. We had a few kind of fall through the cracks. We have all of the inspectors, plans examiners, and fire marshals all have the online code. We have a contract and a professional service through UpCodes. So we all have access to that, and they can pull it up in the field. It can be emailed, it can be downloaded right there in the field for the customers. And then we have a third-party plan review contract with Garver, and we have we're in talks with AOKA Code Consulting out of Texas to assist with inspections. We thought we had a new building inspector that was going to start a couple weeks ago, and he ended up not showing up. So we're still looking for a building inspector and a plumbing inspector, and we are fixing to be looking for another electrical inspector. We've had one of our electrical inspectors has turned in his notice. So, any questions?
Yeah, on the inspections, would you, I want to make sure I heard it right. You're working with someone to get a third-party inspection, or you've got them?
We're working with them.
Okay, so we're not there yet.
Yeah, we're
but
not there
getting
yet.
close.
And I've already told them it'll be July 1st before we could even get a contract, because it'll be then before we have the funds in place for that.
Okay, good. I hope to see that on the first agenda in July or even before that, if we can do that.
Yeah.
And I'm glad to see us doing that. Now, I had a particular business tell me it took a week to get a framing inspection. Has the employee situation caused a delay?
Yes, because right now our chief inspector is doing plumbing and building inspections. So we are having a little bit of a delay. We are working to better train that. We have a mechanical inspector who has some plumbing knowledge, so we are trying to utilize him for the inspections on the plumbing side as well.
Okay. Because a week really that's a problem.
Right, yes, yes. And I found out about that a few weeks ago, and I was not real thrilled with that. So we are getting that taken care of.
Okay. A phone call to that contractor might be good.
Okay.
Now, in Council Policy 6.1, it says the department will set up a system and present it to the council for emergency inspection within blank hours an option due to unforeseen conditions that may arise for which a fee will be charged. Have we implemented that yet?
No, we have not.
And do we have a plan to?
I will put together something, and we'll get that back probably the first meeting in June.
Okay. Then we're using third-party plan review. How many of those, 1,500 did you say?
Mhm.
How many of those were third-party?
Approximately, I would say approximately 70.
Only
We had-
70?
Yeah, we had a lot of new construction come in, and a lot of solar panels came in at the same time. And so we gave all of that to Garver to utilize that, and everything else we've been able to keep up in-house.
Wow, that's impressive. Okay, now fast track services that Mr. Gill put in place. Contractors may be graded based upon the quality of work they perform, as well as the number of inspections required to rectify the same failure. Said grading could limit a contractor's ability to participate in any electronic or remote inspection program or emergency inspection program that may exist. He's calling that fast tracking. Have we got that implemented yet?
I'm going to say sort of. We don't have the virtual, emergency stuff taken care of, but we do have several that are taking advantage of the the full COs with just conditions on them. But we do have some that don't like the $100 a day fine if they don't keep up with that. And so they're still doing our temporary CO process. And we have had several that have actually poured concrete, stuff like that we've been doing.
Okay, I think that was
on.
but I think they did both get called fast track, but
Yes.
that's talking about an ordinance that had to do with getting your CO. This is just talking.
When they go up for the CO, you'd have that punch list
Mhm.
that they'd have to complete.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so this is really different. I'll encourage you to go ahead and read that and look at it.
Okay, yes, sir.
'Cause it needs to be, but it's all designed, especially with your third-party deal you're working on, it's just designed to get those inspections faster.
And
And-
our inspectors too. It'll
Yes.
help our inspectors, they'll have to go out one time, hopefully, or they're gonna pay some money.
Right.
Okay, and while we didn't put a time limit on the reporting of any misses on the 30 days, I think they ought to be more often than when we call for a report. And I think the way you can do that, and we can probably change the policy to make this fit if we need to, and that is do a written report and Donna Lynn can send it to the council members.
Okay, yes.
And if we need to change that policy, I think it would be agreeable
Okay.
with the council. Want to mention that training is required of everybody, including existing employees annually. And, okay, the culture of the business license and permits and inspection department shall be a culture of let's find a way to make your idea work.
Yes,
Have you
sir.
attained that?
We're attempting. We're attempting. It takes a little while, but I feel like we're on a good track to hit that. Yes, sir.
All right. So the next time we get the report, you can say yes, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. I like that. That's good.
As long as it's not the
And
next meeting.
also, the culture is to be world-class customer service.
Yes.
If we were to poll all of your customers, would they say you've arrived?
I believe so. We've had almost nothing but positive comments.
Okay, I like that. I like
downstairs.
that confidence.
Good answer.
I like that confidence indeed.
The one negative comment that was turned in wasn't about us. It was about another department.
Okay, council, I've asked my questions. Does anybody else have questions? Very good report, Charlotte. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
As a matter of fact, I think we ought to give your department a round of applause.
I appreciate it.
Okay, now we're going to go back to item 39. Consider approving a resolution to include any floor amendments, amending Resolution 23-145, and establishing a revised annual funding allocation for hotel motel collections received by the City of Lawton. Kristen?
Okay. So Resolution 23-145 specifically spells out how much unallocated hotel motel balance that we have. It was previously $306,532. With the passage of the Juneteenth, that is actually lowered to $281,532. So we need to amend the resolution to state that. Now, the resolution in front of you, it's lowering the balance to $274,532, but since that second Juneteenth agreement didn't pass, we need to amend that to $281,532. Any questions?
Can I get a motion for approval with the amendment?
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you. Item 40, receive public comments on the usage and allocation of unallocated sales tax revenue projected to be received from July 1, 2023 to June 30, 2024. These unallocated funds are estimated to be $7,212,430 at June 30, 2024. And this agenda item didn't say this, but that's Propel, correct?
Correct.
Okay, Kristen?
So the resolution of intent, like you said, it requires 2 open meetings, and this will be the first of 2.
Okay, at this time, I'll open the floor for public comments. What this is income from the Propel sales tax that came in above the estimates. And every so often, we have to take that and allocate it to funds. Much of it, not all of it, is due to inflation, and inflation has driven the cost up of everything. And at this point, we have put everything that has come in extra to an existing project, and it's all about inflation. So the floor is open for public comments if you want to come up and give comments. By the way, the ordinance or the resolution does require us to have 2 public hearings to let the community know what we're doing, and that's what this is, it's transparency. All right, come on up.
J.R. Warren, 2418 Northwest 80th Street, Lawton, Oklahoma. The way you guys are allocating everything, I think is a good thing. It's helping the city out, and we're actually getting projects done. So I want to thank the council and the mayor for getting things done. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And just to note, we are only allocating to the categories the citizens voted for. At this time, I'll close public comments, and we will move on to item 41. Hold a public hearing and consider a resolution amending the 2030 land use plan for the city of Lawton from residential high density to commercial for the property located at 6206 Northwest Ferris Avenue, Lawton, Oklahoma 73505. Said amendment related to a companion rezoning request from Spread the Word Ministries Worship Center to allow for an event center on the property and take appropriate action as deemed necessary. Cameron.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Cameron Good with the Planning Department. This is a resolution to amend the 2030 land use plan. This is a companion item with the next item on the agenda for an ordinance for a rezoning request for this property. This is located just east of 63rd Street off of Ferris Avenue. This is an existing church, as you can see on this aerial. The proposed use for this rezoning is an event center ran and operated by the church. They built a new location for their church, and so now they are wanting to still utilize this space for events such as wedding receptions or birthday parties and stuff for the church itself. As you can see on this site plan, there is no proposed changes. There was review comments from planning that they would be required to have OPEG screening along the south and east property lines, and then a landscaping buffer along the south property line as well. The current land use is residential high density with public facility and low density residential to the north, the west, and the south. The proposed would be commercial. This was noticed to 42 property owners within 300 feet on April 24th and posted in the Lawton Constitution on April 28th. We received no phone calls for or against this item. This item did go to the City Planning Commission and was held a public hearing on April 11th, and they recommended approval of this rezoning request. I do want to note that this is a binding site plan due to it being adjacent to the residential areas, and so any further changes to this site plan would require it to go back through the amending of the binding site plan process and come back for 2 public hearings and public notices.
Council, do you have any questions before I open the public hearing? I want to remind you this is time for questions, not comments.
Is that additional? If changes in the future that you just stated, it would have to come back twice, or is that this current?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you, sir.
You said that it would have to come back for 2 more public hearings if there were any changes, but that doesn't count this one, right?
Correct. So right now, this is strictly to do the land use plan, and then the next item would be to do the rezoning. If they ever wanted to change that site plan in the future, they would have to go through the amending of the binding site plan process, and that would require 2 more.
And both of these were approved by the Planning Commission.
Correct. Yes, sir.
At this time, I will open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I will close public hearing. Council. Motion for approval, comments?
So moved.
Have a motion for approval. Is there a second? A second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Item 42 is companion item. Hold a public hearing and consider an ordinance for rezoning request from Spread the Word Ministries Worship Center for the property located at 6206 Northwest Ferris Avenue, Lawton, Oklahoma, 73505, changing the zoning from R3 multifamily dwelling to C4 tourist commercial district, zoning classification for an event center, and take appropriate action as deemed necessary. Cameron.
This, like you said, this is the companion item for the amendment that we just did on the land use plan. This would be an ordinance to request the rezoning from the R3 to the C4 commercial zoning. This was sent to 42 property owners on April 24th and noticed in the Lawton Constitution on April 28th. It went to the City Planning Commission on April 11th with the recommendation to approve the rezoning request.
Okay, at this time I open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on this zoning request, please come forward at this time. And there are none, so I will close the public hearing. Council.
Move to approve.
Motion for approval and a second.
Read the title only.
Oh, wait a minute, we got an ordinance here. So we have to, okay, in your motion, I'm not sure who made the motion, but it's to read the title only, right? So please read the title.
An ordinance changing the existing zoning classification from R3 multiple family dwelling district to C4 tourist commercial district zoning classification on the tract of land which is hereinafter more particularly described in section 1 hereof, approving the site plan attached as Exhibit A, and authorizing changes to be made upon the official zoning map in accordance with this ordinance.
Please vote.
Tinkerbell.
Well, I've got 5 votes. Did you vote before you left your spot? 6 votes. Need 2 more. Okay, 8-0. And let's see. We've been an hour and a half. Do y'all need a break?
Yes.
Okay, let's take a short break.
I'm just going to take one.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hampton? Pacer? Okay, council's back from a break. Brings us to item number 43. Consider whether to approve the property owner continue remodeling the structure located at 1511 Southwest Texas Avenue per section 6-1-1-108, section D, that states after 180 days, the property will go back to the city council for specific authorization by the council. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So this is going to be a new one for us where we've had to bring one back, requesting an extra 6 months on a remodel permit. Let me get this remote working real quick. So on button. Appreciate it. This property, 1511 Southwest Texas, still has inactive water since 2015. These are the older photos that were brought to council January 10th of 2023. We do have siding damage, more siding damage to the side of the house, as well as the carport falling down, backside siding damage, and missing siding. It does have a accessory structure, a shed in the backyard. These are going to be newer pictures taken April 23rd of this year. As you see, the owner has either boarded up some of the windows and replaced others, as well as painted the outside of the residence. View from the front of the house painted, and the side of the house. He does have some work that still needs to be done on this property, as the your soffits and your siding gap. The back side of the house, you still have your boarded up windows. He has been replacing the windows in this residence. With this picture right here, on the right side, you can tell that the carport from the previous time that it was brought up here has been removed, but it still has the accessory structure in the back. They got a couple pictures from the inside of the house where he has done drywall and patchwork. Another view from the inside of the house. His staff does recommend that we change our staff recommendation on this with new information that has been brought to us to allow him for another 6-month permit to work on this residence. And staff also recommends that council directs staff to review code and bring back a change where council doesn't have to review all of them. Any questions?
Seeing no questions, Mr. Finley, would you like to speak? You don't have to. I just had the request to speak, and I wanted to make sure that you were good. Do I have a motion?
He's asking for an extra 6 months,
Correct, yeah, he's asking for an extra 6-month extension.
so that'll
From
be
the
to
permit.
November? Okay. Okay.
Mr. Hampton's got a question.
Is Josh, is anyone living in this residence right now?
Not right now, no, he's just working on it.
Yeah, I saw the coffee table and stuff. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Move to continue the public hearing on this matter to no. Oh, move to approve. Thank you.
We got a motion and a second. Please vote.
Can I ask for clarification on that motion? I'm sorry. Is motion to approve, does that also include the direction to staff to bring back the policy?
We don't want to change, be a code change and be a code change. I don't think we want to change it.
So currently, the code allows staff to give 5 30-day extensions. So in this case, we've reached the end of that. There's the initial 30 days and the 5 extensions, so we've gotten to the end of 180 days. In order to go beyond that, the code is very specific. It has to go, council has to approve that. So if council is going to approve it to exceed 180 days, it should say by how much we're going to exceed it by, because we're in kind of uncharted territory here. So if you're going to approve you should say what the extension is going to be.
I think the other thing is that we continually tell people, which it's good and that's what we intend, that as long as you're making headway, we'll continue to give you permits. And so this will prevent us, hopefully we don't have a lot of these, but this would prevent us from having to do that.
Can I make is it a friendly motion to the motion? A friendly amendment to the motion that the motion reads that we approve giving another extension, but we leave the policy as it is, which is not changing the policy, because.
We'd have to know how long the extension would
Well,
be.
what did he ask for?
Yeah, extra 6 months.
Another 6 months? I don't have a problem. Yeah. So that would be a friendly motion that we approve it for another 6 months.
That's what, she
Yeah.
made that in her motion.
But she didn't address the code, changing the code, which automatically it will be if we vote on this. So I'm just saying we don't have to change the code. 5 times is enough. Just suggesting
Ms.
that.
Williams, is that okay with you to amend the motion to not change the code, but to allow them a 6-month extension?
Whatever it is, to allow him a 6-month extension.
That would do it.
That would be it. I've got a motion and a second. Yes, sir.
Josh, what were you wanting to change the ordinance to say?
So pretty much it's going to, after the 6 months, we have to bring it back to council to get your approval to allow an extra 6 months. What we wanted to do is to either to allow the community service director and or the city manager to make that decision without having to bring it back to council for that extra 6-month extension.
So you're going to use the same judgment that you use, you're just going to keep it out of our hair for however, whether it's 6 months or a 1 month or whatever.
Right, we're going out there and inspecting everything, seeing what kind of work has been done on this property, if any work has been done on this property. If we feel like the property owner deserves more time, we can put that recommendation in and get it over to, like I said, either the community service director or the city
John, do you have
manager.
any problem with
I
that?
have some mixed emotions about that, because I feel like 180 days is a lot of time. If they don't get done in that period of time, I think that they should have to come back to council.
Okay.
And then that way we council can kind of keep tabs on what's out there. If we don't, I think that there's potential that will, like we did, about a year or so ago, where we had addresses on the list, in some cases up to 2 years after council had declared them dilapidated. So I don't think we want to go back to a situation like that again. So I think the code is good.
Yeah, I'd like to ask a couple questions. With that said, do we run into this situation often where they've exceeded the 6 months? We're talking uncharted waters. How often does that happen?
This is the first time it's happened since, and I can
So
remember. I think it's the first time.
either judge, they have been working on the house and we go ahead and demo it, or they fix the house and you guys put a rubber stamp on it, right?
Correct.
And what happens most of the time? Do they fix the house most of the time, percentage-wise, or do you tear down the house percentage-wise?
There's a lot of times where they're going for those extra permits, like the ones throughout that 6 months, but nothing has been done, so we deny those permits.
And then go ahead with the demolition?
Correct.
Okay. I've had some people that said they were kind of surprised because they go in and then they didn't expect or were not told that the demo was going to take place, and then the house was tore down. What generally is the process there when you decide that they haven't done that? Do you give them notice that they've not done what they were supposed to do in that 30-day period or whatnot, and that demo will proceed? Are they given notice that the demo is going to proceed?
I'd have to check on that for sure, but I do know that we will get an email from the building division asking, hey, do we want to continue on with or approve this extra permit? And then we will deny it, but I would have to check exactly what gets sent out for that part besides.
Yes. Several times I've had people tell me that they were working on the house, they thought everything was okay, and then they went and the house was tore down. And so there probably should be some type of notification. And I don't know that happens with everybody, but even if it happens with one person, then something kind of fell through the did you have something that you wanted to add? I don't know, can you check on that and get back? Randy, do they need, Mayor Pro Tem, do they need to get back with all of us, or just can they get back with me and on that?
Yeah, we've got a motion and a second. They can just get with you and let
Okay.
you know.
I can get back with you on
if you
that,
get
that's no
back with
problem.
me on that, I appreciate that, so I can deal with that with the citizen. And then back to the code change, because this has never happened before, then that automatically says that the 6 months probably is a good time period. I'm thinking.
Well,
Okay,
we can't
Thank you,
change the
Mr.
code today anyway because it's not on the.
That's
part of
why
the-
I made the friendly amendment, because it's never happened before. It's not a problem. It's probably never going to be a problem, but at least we still have control. We can give the 6 months and vote on it, as my amendment said, but we don't have to change the code.
We've got a motion and a second. Yes, ma'am.
Who is it?
I had it on. That's why we've become more assertive about going ahead with them. We want habitable, affordable housing, and we don't want to deny anybody that right, because we want that for the citizens. I want a house about this big in a good neighborhood, because I don't want a big house. But anyway, I'm saying we have, and I don't think that I haven't heard anybody complain that a house was torn down. So I just think that we need to move along like we have been, and don't do anything with the policy.
Thank you.
I'm just making sure he's getting 6 months.
Yes.
And that it needs to come back to council.
Yes.
Yes.
If it's not all complete by then.
Let's vote. That motion was approved 8-0. You can get with these gentlemen, they'll fix you up. That brings us to item number 44. Consider an ordinance amending personnel policies and procedures, section 17-1-4-139, division 17-1-4, article 17-1, chapter 17, Lawton City Code, 2015, by amending standby pay differential to allow a general employee to earn 15% for standby pay, providing for severability and establishing an effective date. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Council. Currently, general employees with the city are, when they're on a standby status,
which is any time between closing time and opening time the next morning, they get paid 10% of their daily rate of pay. EAC brought this and wanted this brought to the council to change it to 15%. What standby is if everybody in a department, say streets, gets off work at 4 o'clock in the evening and they come back to work at 7 o'clock in the morning, during that whole time period between 4 p.m. and 7 a.m., there is somebody on standby where if there's an emergency that they've got to come out, then they get called and they come out. Policy is they have to respond to the scene within 30 minutes of getting a phone call. That takes them away for the most part of going out to eat, doing anything with their family, going to a movie, doing anything on their off time. So they were looking at it and said, 10%, yeah, maybe when they first did this ordinance back many years ago was good, but they would like to go to 15% standby of the rate of pay. That would, during fiscal year of 2023, that would have cost the city about an extra $65,000, a little bit more than that. And that's going to be spread out from the different departments that actually have standby employees. Questions?
Seeing none, I would accept a motion.
So moved.
Is that a move to approve the ordinance, waive the reading? I've got a motion. Do I and a second? Yes, sir.
Apologize. An ordinance amending personnel policies and procedures, section 17.14139, division 17.14, article 17.1, chapter 17, Lawton City Code 2015, by allowing a general employee to earn 15% for standby pay differential, providing for severability and establishing effective date.
That item passed 8-0. Item number 45, considering an ordinance pertaining to personnel policies and procedures relating to definitions, amending section 17-1-1-102, division 17-1-1, article 17-1, chapter 17, Lawton City Code 2015, by clarifying an introductory employee as synonymous with probationary employee and introductory status or period as synonymous with probationary status or period, reducing the introductory period to 6 months, including unborn children as immediate family, providing for severability and establishing an effective date.
This is mostly just on definitions that are in chapter 17. In the past, some kind of distant past, code used to call it a probationary period. Then it got changed to introductory period, and it's just been used back and forth throughout the years. And when you're talking one, you're talking the other one. So these definitions are just making the two synonymous with each other. And the other thing that we're doing is something else that came from the EAC, is they wanted the unborn child added to the definition of what immediate family is, mainly for bereavement leave. Bereavement leave.
Questions? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion. It is an ordinance.
So move, waive the reading of the, read the title only, sorry.
Got a motion and a second.
An ordinance pertaining to personnel policies and procedures relating to definitions, amending section 17.1.102, division 17.1.1, article 17.1, chapter 17, Lawton City Code 2015, by clarifying introductory employee as synonymous with probationary employee and introductory status or period is synonymous with probationary status or period, reducing introductory period to 6 months, including unborn children as immediate family, providing for severability and establishing an effective date.
Please vote. That item was approved 8-0. Consider an ordinance pertaining to personnel policies and procedures relating to introductory status, amending sections 17-1-4-137 and 17-1-4-137-2, Division 17-1-4, Article 17-1, Chapter 17, Lawton City Code 2015, by reducing the introductory period or introductory status from 12 months to 6 months, providing for severability and declaring an effective date.
This is a companion item to the last item that we had, where in the definitions, we reduced the introductory period from 12 months to 6 months. This is another section of code where that's identified. So we're just taking that code and we're reducing it from 12 months to 6 months also.
Yes, sir.
So, well, we have special provisions when you're in an introductory period as far as if they're terminated.
Yes, sir.
Is that not right?
Yes, sir.
So I would ask my city manager what his thoughts are on this, because you're cutting the probationary time really in half, is what this sounds like to me, and that's a big cut. That's a big change.
Yes, I'm in favor of it.
You are? Okay.
Any other questions, comments? Yes, ma'am.
I move that we approve the ordinance and read the title only.
Got a motion and a second. Please vote. Oh, I'm sorry. Read it.
An ordinance pertaining to personnel policies and procedures relating to introductory status, amending section 17-14137 and 17-14137.2, division 17-1-4, article 17-1, chapter 17, Lawton City Code 2015, by reducing the introductory period or introductory status from 12 months to 6 months, providing for severability and establishing an effective date.
Please vote. That item was approved 8-0. Consider an ordinance, number 47, consider an ordinance pertaining to crimes and offenses, amending section 16-3-1-316, division 16-3-1, article 16-3, chapter 16, Lawton City Code 2015, relating to trespassing by adding an innkeeper as one who can eject persons from premises, providing permissible reasons for ejection, clarifying the fines applicable to vehicular trespassing, providing for severability, and establishing an effective date.
So Mayor and Council, this is a proposed ordinance that comes from our municipal prosecutor, and it really does two things. It clarifies, one, that there's a $250 fine that's applicable specifically for vehicle trespassing, so that's one issue that's taken care of. Another is, now, ordinary trespassing, it will still be punished in accordance with state law and City of Lawton general punishment ordinance, but an additional charge is being added by recent changes to state statutes, which specifically gives the innkeeper the ability to eject persons from premises and provide a list of permissible reasons for that. And so that's the second part that we're adding here. That's paragraph 11. And some of the things it talks about for the innkeeper is for non-payment, disorderly conduct or intoxication, such as public nuisance is created, unlawful usage of lodging, violation of federal, state, or local laws, or violation of conspicuously posted rules of the establishment. This addition will allow a violation of this section, these new rules that could be prosecuted as a crime in city court. And so this is a request from, again, the prosecutor, and it's due to a change in state law.
Tim, does intoxication include drugs?
I'm looking at the language. It says intoxication. It's not defined. I think you could make that argument if someone's intoxicated or under the influence of a substance. Certainly that they're causing a nuisance, and it could be considered beyond alcohol.
So yeah, I'd like to make the motion to make that change to include under the influence.
Okay, this is based off of the reading of state law, it's my understanding. So you'd be essentially, if we were to make changes, we'd be changing what state law says. So you're wanting to change.
I just don't want there to be any ambiguity about the difference between high and drunk.
Well, I think that, and I don't know, I didn't go to that class, but I think intoxication is a state of being regardless of how it's brought about.
Well, the way I understand Councilman Harris's remarks is this would make our ordinance stricter than state law, and which you can do.
Okay.
Yeah, you can be stricter. You can't be less compliant, but you can be stricter. So I don't. I mean, so long as amendments, floor amendments, are advisable here or permissible, then I don't necessarily think that's an issue unless the city attorney disagrees.
Yeah, I didn't prepare the ordinance. This, like I said, came from the prosecutor's office. So if we're wanting to make that change, I guess you're saying clarification that it includes drug.
Yes, but this doesn't allow for amendments, so I'm going to change the motion that we bring this back with the changes.
Well, and
Mayor
theoretically,
Protem.
we do have the catch-all language at the beginning of the
Yes.
agenda that does allow for floor amendments. But I would ask that the author is our city prosecutor, that we do table that and look at this, just make sure it doesn't conflict with anything he's going to have to prosecute.
Mayor Pro Tem, there's a citizen that wants to make a comment regarding this agenda item.
Yes,
My
ma'am.
name's Leanne Enderly, 316 Northwest 32nd Street. I quickly looked up intoxicated, and I think you're all covered, because it says drunk or under the influence of drugs. So I don't think you have, the drugs is already in there in being intoxicated. So I don't think you're going to have to change the wording to include drugs, because according to the dictionary, it's already in there under intoxicated.
Thank you.
My motion is still to send this back to the prosecutor.
Just to verify.
To verify.
That's fine.
I've got a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Got a motion and a second to table. Please vote. That table passed 8-0. Staff will bring that back. Brings us to item number 48. Consider approving an ordinance pertaining to finance and taxation relating to city contracts and sales, amending section 10-1-102, article 10-1, chapter 10, Lawton City Code 2015 by updating the definition of disqualified/ineligible vendor/contractor to include those who fail to perform terms or conditions or fail to provide product or services, providing for severability, establishing an effective date.
Okay, so our office, it looks like, authored that. I don't think, I'm listed as staff information source, so that's interesting. But essentially, we're just changing code to where it says means a vendor contractor who's failed to perform all the terms and conditions or failed to provide a product or service. So if the vendor doesn't do what they're supposed to do previously, and they may be the low bidder essentially, but if they're not meeting their qualifications, then they could be disqualified or found to be an ineligible vendor.
That's already in state contracting law, so it's there in the state, so we could certainly.
Yeah, it's just not in our city code, the definition, so we're making our city code mirror.
Up to another level.
Got a motion and a second. Did I get a second? Okay, you have a motion and a second. Please vote.
I got to read it.
Oh, sorry.
That's fine. An ordinance pertaining to finance and taxation relating to city contracts and sales, amending section 10-1-102, article 10-1, chapter 10, Lawton City Code 2015, by updating the definition of disqualified ineligible vendor contractor to include those who fail to perform terms and conditions or fail to provide product or service, providing for severability and establishing an effective date.
There we go. That item passed 8-0. Item number 49, consider an ordinance pertaining to finance and taxation relating to general bidding requirements, amending section 10-1-101, article 10-1, chapter 10, Lawton City Code 2015 by expanding the use of purchasing cooperatives, providing for severability and establishing an effective date.
Yeah, I'll speak about this. So Purchasing cooperatives allow, usually the city has in the past used them for the purchase of equipment. A purchasing cooperative might be, there's several out there, but one that we just recently became a member of is TOPS. We're trying to expand our membership to different purchasing cooperatives, which will, those organizations and their equipment and their services have already been bid out. And so by joining these organizations, we're not required to follow formal bidding procedures as long as we're using a service or equipment that the cooperative is offering. So this would truncate the procurement timeline and make us a little bit more efficient. So we're trying to leverage as many of these organizations that we can. And so that's the point of this agenda item.
I have one thing to add. This will be for purchasing cooperatives that do follow the Competitive Bidding Act. There are some, and John and I have been on a call with one representative. One didn't, but another one does, and they have to follow the Oklahoma Public Competitive Bidding Act for us to be able to do construction services off of that cooperative.
And then I think our current code does not necessarily allow us to participate in these cooperatives, so we want to change that so we can.
I understand the purpose and the reason, because we can get good low prices from some of these, but we do need to be careful not to still compare pricing with other entities. I'll get that word out.
Okay, I was never trying to steal anything.
That being said, yes, sir.
Yeah, I
Mr.
just had a
Hampton.
question. City Manager, so these cooperatives, are they local or are they out of state? And what I'm getting at is the local vendors that are bid on some of our projects. This is construction, correct? We're talking about construction.
Well, it's for both construction services and equipment.
Okay, so it's all three?
Yeah, and so some of them are unique to Oklahoma, like the one that we just joined, TOPS, but it has a national equivalent, which is called TIPS.
Right.
So, but if it's one that operates in our state that follows the Oklahoma Competitive Bidding Act, those are the cooperatives that we're trying to become members of.
Yeah, I'm just a little concerned about our local vendors and whatnot, that we don't price them out, because we sure do want to make sure we keep the money here in our own economy. Thank you.
Seeing no further comments, I would entertain a motion.
So moved. Waive the reading and read the title only.
Got a motion and a second. Yes, sir.
Okay. An ordinance pertaining to finance and taxation relating to general bidding requirements, amending section 10.1.101, article 10.1, chapter 10, Lawton City Code 2015, by expanding the use of purchasing cooperatives, providing for severability, and establishing an effective date.
Please vote. That item was approved 8-0. Brings us to item number 50. Consider approving an amendment to Council Policy 4-1 by including a provision that allows for a minimum 2% increase from previous year's allocated budget to fund mill and overlay and panel replacement for city streets, and to adequately fund citizen usable amenities for city parks.
Mayor Pro Tem and Council, at the last meeting, you directed me to come back with a plan as, so in the future, we don't get as far behind as we have on park and road maintenance. And the plan that I came up with is that every new fiscal year will increase expenditures in the park maintenance budget and the road maintenance budget by 2%, unless those funds aren't available and council affirmatively votes down those increases. So council still has a vote, but by operation of policy, those expenditures will go up every year by 2% to make sure that we're never in a position like we're in right now, where we're having to, fix years of neglect and years of funding being cut in these categories. And then we all know that when we defer maintenance, it becomes more expensive down the road. So that's what this, this revised policy is attempting to achieve.
Hopefully this will carry forward, if it's approved by this council, it'll carry forward to the future, to council and staff that we don't even know exist right now.
I just wanted to say this is a very positive step, I think, for the city government to take, as it was talked about last time, and those funds are well needed, as we're finding out right now as we are doing a large section of new roads. So that's a small price to make for something good for the future of the city. Good job, John. Yeah. I got something. Yes, Mayor, I'll second the motion, but I wanted to ask, so this 2%, is there a line item in the, has this gone into the actual financial department, and there's a line item where there's like we have a sinking fund where this money will go, or is it just going to be part of the budget process?
It'll automatically increase every fiscal year going forward. Now, we've already exceeded both of those expenditures by more than 2% in next fiscal year's budget. So we're not going to go back and adjust them by 2% because, you know, we've already done it and then some for this year. But okay. This will go into effect fiscal year 26.
Yeah, I bring that up because none of us are going to be here probably in 10 years. And we want to make sure that, yeah, Randy may be here, but we want to make sure that this is carried over past when we're not here anymore, as was mentioned earlier. Thank you.
Got a motion and a second. Please vote. That motion passed 8-0. Brings us to item number 51, receive an update on the bulk waste program and take action as deemed necessary.
Thank you, Council. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to update you on the bulky waste program. All right, in the spirit of doing even more in 2024, that the Solid Waste Division continues to try to improve the bulky waste program. This year, there have been 73 non-compliant set-outs. It seems like a lot, but it is drastically less than the 479 last year. The non-compliance could be for the wrong type of waste set out. It could be set out in the wrong location, such as under trees, power lines, too close to mailboxes. It could be too close to a parked car. And then sometimes it's just set out at the wrong time. 27 of these non-compliances were vacant and inactive accounts. These were turned over to neighborhood services for enforcement and for the waste to be removed by a contractor. There were 46 premium paid bulk collections. This is waste that residents requested to be collected out of cycle, or it was in excess of the 4 cubic yards. The solid waste staff continues to work diligently to collect the compliant bulky waste within the designated time frame so that in 2024, this task will be on target and on time. It is very impressive considering that the staff has already collected and hauled 1,788,000 pounds of bulk waste to the landfill for final disposal and processing. We set a goal for 2024 to improve our customer education enforcement. This is working because we have seen an increase of citizens calling in and tattling on their neighbors. They can go to the iHelp and they can log in a complaint, and then it goes directly to our solid waste division and to neighborhood services. With the education, we're hoping to see a 50% reduction in non-compliant bulk waste set-outs. It's not enough just to say that we're going to increase or decrease by 50%. We have a number that we are trying to stay under, and that is less than 240 non-compliant set-outs. So to meet this goal, we need the citizens' help for them to make sure that they are complying with the bulky waste set-out guides. We're not looking for just 10 wins. We're looking for 52 wins, and that is for us to be on schedule every single week of the year. And this is a very lofty goal because these individuals are collecting around 800 to 900 stops each week. So starting in January 1, we did change the collection date, and it went from a Wednesday start to a Monday start. It is still allowing the citizens 72 hours to get their waste placed on the curb, and it is also giving us 72 hours for us to pick up the waste. There was some confusion at the beginning of the year, but the number of calls has drastically decreased. And so just to note a couple of other things that our department has going on is that we bought an additional grapple truck, and then we have also repaired an older truck. So we have 5 grapple trucks now in service. The 4 mini non-CDL trash trucks were ordered May 4th of last year. We have received one of them. That top picture is our new truck that has come in. We're just waiting for insurance and stickers to be placed on the truck so that we can get it into service. The remaining 3 trucks should be here by the end of May. Solid Waste did purchase a trailer-mounted vacuum truck, and it is scheduled to be delivered by the end of June. We have a new billboard installed on 11th Street at Bishop, and that is encouraging our landfill patrons to cover and secure their loads. And then we are also working on a pilot program to help decrease the litter, and that is the lid locking mechanism. It's going to evaluate a variety of lid locking systems. We're going to rate them on cost, ease of installation, homeowner satisfaction, serviceability, how well do they actually open whenever we go to dump the cart, and product longevity. Are they going to withstand our heat? The goal is to find a quality product that will prevent overfilling, secure the waste from wildlife, and prevent waste from being scattered, not if, but when the cart falls over. We're going to continue to work closely with our media partners and the neighborhood services for enforcement and removal of non-compliant waste. It is our goal to continue to do more in 2024, delivering a world-class customer service while providing a quality bulk waste service. Any questions?
I've got one question. The sign on 11th Street in Bishop, is that like I think a 4x8 or a little bit bigger, isn't it?
We have a small sign, but we have a giant billboard up now. It was just installed on Friday.
Good. And are we going to be able to get the Lawton patrol car now about 300 yards past that sitting there also?
That'll be
do it.
A great idea.
Good report. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Mr. Hampton?
Yeah, I have a question. What was that little raccoon we had and some animals or something, didn't we, that were promoting this whole trash thing?
Bag and tie.
Bag and tie. Thank you for the help. In your opinion, so the citizens are very educated now about the times, and things are going a whole lot smoother than when we first implemented and did all these changes with the bulky waste?
We're trying really hard to get out all of the information, and I believe the citizens are starting to get it. We did take your recommendation and mailed out a bulky waste flyer to every single water account.
So compliance, the compliance as far as staying to the schedule is much, much better?
we are doing a great job of collecting it, and we're still having some problems with people setting out the wrong stuff at the wrong times.
Well, of course, I think that we'll have that, but it was really bad before. But I think that we've made leaps and bounds in dealing with this in our inner city. And in your opinion, trash off, does that help with a lot of this stuff during the year to try to get a lot of the extra stuff out of?
I believe that trash off does, because there's some types of materials that we're not able to collect during the bulky waste program, and this event allows them the opportunity to get rid of it. And just to give us another little plug, we just found out that DEQ did not fund our vacuum truck project, but they did fund a second trash off event. So there will be another opportunity later this year for disposal of bulky waste.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much.
Ms. Hankins.
Added on. Okay, since I don't take up much time on the dais, and this is relevant, I think this is okay, because I was going to say, I want to compliment a city employee, and it's in solid waste, so it's appropriate, right, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, ma'am. Go for it.
Thank you. The young man that picked up my neighbor's bulk trash, and she tried to put it out just perfectly, let me tell you about him. His ability to handle the grapple was amazing. This takes a lot of hand-eye coordination. I think he could be a fighter pilot. Actually, he was so good. He was dressed nicely with his Lawton jacket on, and it was nice and clean. I went out to visit with him and to give him a Dr. Pepper to take with him. Short visit, I didn't take up too much of his time. He was courteous, just an amazing young man. We all should be proud. In any way, those are the people that represent our city every day, and it's so important that we have good employees like that. He was great. He was just great.
Thank you.
Ms.
What time
Williams.
was that billboard installed Friday? And what side of Bishop, 11th and Bishop? What side?
We
Of the street?
installed, Aero Signs installed it Friday, and it is going southbound on 11th Street.
About what time? Because I was on 11th Street. Out that way.
Around noonish, they were putting it up.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Nice report. How many numbers did you say were out of cycle?
73, I believe.
Not 7,300, 73.
73.
You're joking. If you will ride with me next Monday in my ward, we'll find 73 in my ward already, including my two neighbors, including one of those who's a policeman. I turned in a list several months ago to Josh that probably had 80 violations on it, and nothing got done. They all waited until the regular pickup time to get picked up. We do not have enough people out there going through the neighborhoods and writing citations and getting this stuff picked up. Whether we need another truck, another man, 2 more trucks, 2 more men, we need to get on this issue. And that doesn't even talk about the grocery cart problem that's out there. This is not satisfactory. I'm telling you, you could write 73 citations in my ward alone every month. So this all sounds great. It looks great. I love the trucks. Now, we do have some trucks that aren't here, right?
There's 3 trucks
3
coming.
trucks that are not here yet. And the mayor has said in the past that we need more manpower in neighborhood services. Was that put into the budget this year? It was not. I'm mystified and stupefied that this continues to be this big of a problem. And I think the only way people are going to get the message is when we start collecting it and we start finding them. Now, whether we have to get a private contractor to go there until we get our trucks in, or what some other solution that you might have, it's just not acceptable. And I don't know if the other wards are having that problem, but usually when I'm driving around during the day, I see it in all the wards. So whether we start writing more tickets or we figure out another solution, because people are not complying with this. And I don't, they're not going to get it until we start collecting it and start putting it on their water bill.
Okay.
Yeah, I have something. With all due respect for Ward 2, and I know what ward you are, councilman. I do think that there is, I drive my ward too, and I do think that there is a dividing line with what you guys are doing and then what neighborhood services part of it, because I do have stuff that's out, but it usually isn't because of bulk pickup. It's usually because of things that are happening outside the scope of your program, with people laying stuff on other people's property and other things that I need to call neighborhood services in. But I have been watching the schedule, and I see violations where someone has put like trash bags beside their polycart and that sort of thing. But I think that in my ward, what was trash pickup is increasingly gotten a lot better, and we're moving in a good direction. And we're working on trying to get policies written and things done where people are blatantly putting stuff that looks like bulk trash on other people's property or empty lots or things like that in my ward. And it is true that they've got the shopping cart issues, and I think that we all had a paper or something that had some shopping carts on it from one of the citizens. But there is that line of what you do and what becomes a neighborhood services issue. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah. And Josh, I guess you guys are taking care of that, and we're looking at ways to go ahead and try to clean up the trash that's, and I don't call that bulk pickup, I call that trash that people are blatantly just leaving out there on other people's property. So I think you guys are doing a very good job. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr.
And
Pro
do
Tem,
not-
wait.
Well, just chill out. Thank you very much, and I will make sure that the mayor knows of your awesome use of more in 24.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
So I did want to agree with Councilman Hampton. There's one specific yard on 29th Street that every month somebody comes in, it's an empty lot. Somebody does come and dump, and I don't know if we can find I don't know what the solution is to that, or whether we just need to absorb that and just get it picked up, or whether we can use one of our new flock cameras to spy on that lot and see who's doing it. But it's there. I do see a lot of empty lots that have stuff on it. And Cynthia, if the stuff I'm talking about is not your purview, then I apologize. But we got to find a way to have solid waste work with neighborhood services to get this solved, and there's got to be a solution.
Item number 53, provide city council with an update on FY 2023 audit process. Yes, ma'am.
I do have some positive progress to report. I am 99% done with capital assets. I'm waiting on one piece of information from public utilities, which I know they're actively working on, and then I will be finished with that portion. My grant accountant is 80% done with the CFA schedule. That's up from 75% from my last report. She did have to provide several documents to the auditors for the single audit, so that kind of slowed her down a little, but she should be able to get back to it now. Our cash accountant is currently working in March 2023 cash, and my last report, she was in December, so she was able to accomplish 3 months in a month, basically. And now I will say there are about 10 to 15 items per month that will require further research that we still need to get to. I was able to do a couple last week, and hopefully if we get the budget passed soon, I'll be able to jump in and do more of that going forward. We've started providing documents to Crawford and Associates already so that they can begin some of their prep work. We have a new GASB standard that involves software, so IT and my admin assistant provided a lot of documentation for that. And then we are also going to begin our pension audit, and I'm training 2 of our newer accountants on that so they can get their feet wet in the audit process. Any questions? Okay. Thank
Very
you.
good. Thank you very much. Brings us to item number 55, receive a report on the fire department's need for a new fire station alerting system and direct staff as necessary. Yes, sir.
How are you guys? Great. We're going to start out with a small little video, and then I'll jump into it. I really want to help you guys understand what a fire station alerting system is. This is how we receive our alarms from dispatch. This is what gets us going down the road and notifies us that there's an emergency.
Here at the fire department, we're always striving to enhance our services that we can provide. And one of the ways is through a new alerting system.
Sick person, 100 North Euclid Avenue, ambulance 611.
It's a computer-driven voice that gives us the address, type of call, and what units are due in a very specific order, every single time, the same way. Nice volume, nice clarity, there's no question. Enhance our reliability and also to speed up the process so that we are out the door faster and thus we arrive at the scene. There's sign reader boards on the bay floors that scroll the address, unit that's due, and also a timer so we know how long that it's been since the call came in. For high volume area, which is noisy, the bay floor, the workout room, our visual displays that show instantly based on our color system what rig is due so they can instantly know then they can start moving to the vehicle. Every time you take a little bit off somewhere, it makes a world of difference. Somebody's having a heart attack or a house on fire every second minute. This new system incorporates what they call heart-friendly tones. They ramp in, to not jar the system as much. The studies have shown being shook awake with a loud jarring tone out of nowhere is not good for long-term health. I like that it always works. I know it always works. There's redundancies built in place that if one part of the system will break, there's a backup to that. Then we will always get the call. We will always be there.
Our current system is not NFPA compliant, what we utilize today. It's a 2-tone 1970 technology which utilizes radio waves to send out a tone. We only have the ability to page out 1 station at a time. With the newer systems, with the NFPA compliant systems, they can send alert to every station at once, therefore cutting down time. On a structure fire, it takes approximately 30 seconds to ring all the station's alarms before they're able to start delivering a message. We only have 80 seconds to get out the door on a structure fire. So we've already lost 50 or 30 seconds of that and eating into our national compliance times. We don't have any redundancy within our system today. If something fails, we don't have a way of knowing that fails until dispatch calls for that engine company and they don't answer them on the radio. It can be 2, 3, 5 minutes at that point in time. Our current system's time consuming for our dispatchers. There's a lot of things going on. We have a great dispatch center. Jessica and her personnel do a great job, but they have to individually select each alarm and then go in and ensure that it's being rung. With the system that we're looking at, that we're requesting funding for, as soon as they accept the alarm recommendation, the computer takes over, sends all the alarms automatically, and then it's also the computer-generated voice. And then the connectivity is not monitored in our current system. The NFPA requires that is down to under a second. So if that system fails, we'll know before the alarm goes off, and there's an alert that goes out, dispatch has it, IT would have that, and they can start working on fixing that. If it does fail, then there would be the radio backup, which is also required with NFPA. I kind of talked about both those, a compliant system, a redundant, and all this is going to come in and help us reduce response times, letting us work for our citizens better. It's efficient for fire, it's also efficient for our dispatchers, which in turn gives us a better service to our citizens. Cost of it, what we're looking at is, just for the system alone, this is all 8 stations in dispatch, is $1,099,000. There is an airport option, and really interesting that we were having that. We're in the middle of our airport inspection. This is one of the things that the FAA is looking at as well. They had a a recent accident at an airport, and there was a failure of the alarm system within them. For the additional $150,000, we can make sure that the control tower on the airport and then also the one at Fort Sill would have the ability to dispatch the ARF units. And then a total budget number of 1.18, or if, depending on when we are able to program this, we just need to be able to increase funding to make sure we can cover that. The interesting thing is, I mean, you can get into the weeds. I know none of y'all want to be airport alerting system experts, but they have the ability to shut to controls in the station, and it's really interesting with our discussion earlier about the stoplight. We could actually bring that into the system where it would control the arms going down or going up at that railroad. I mean, we can do anything like that, control lights, and bring them into the system. I was sitting there earlier about that, but this ties in perfect, because today, even if we had that, we wouldn't have the ability to do that without having someone pushing a button. The system can control that. It can shut off power in the station, the oven, so we don't have a station burn down if we're cooking and we have to leave.
Will the ambulance companies get this as well, or is it just the fire stations?
Currently, they don't have an alarm system. They just receive that over the radio.
Okay.
So that's a radio dispatch to them. So at this point, now they would hear the beep, beep, beep that goes along with that. There would still be an audible that they would be able to indicate that there's a tone going out for an emergency.
Any other questions? I've got a quick one.
Have we got any prices figured on this?
Yes, the prices are on the screen right here.
I overlooked the main sheet.
Do we have room at dispatch for the main console?
Yeah, everything it's all computerized. There is room, there's rack room. This number includes the training, it includes the installation, everything coming in. It's a total package deal for them to come in and take care of our system. Also includes the first year maintenance with the program.
Is it redundant?
Yes, this is an NFPA compliant redundant system.
So Chief, they didn't put a newer system in when they built that new building?
No, but the alarm system is outside of that. It's really, it's more of a technology than a physical thing, and that's really what we've been looking at. We've been dealing with our older system. It's great. It was great technology, but there's better technology today. We've had 13 failed responses in the past 6 months where, unfortunately, it hadn't been on a fire, it hasn't cost someone, but we've missed 13 responses, and it's just varying things that, that we're weather dependent at times, whether that radio signal comes through, or even if those radios start losing tune, and just various things can cause those to go wrong.
Yeah, so does this system kind of connect all of the stations together?
Yes.
Through a centralized, I guess, Jessica's area or something, right?
Yes.
And then just sends, so the brains of the thing is somewhere else. You guys, the endpoint is all the stations getting the same information from the same brain is how it works.
Yes,
Okay,
at the
thank
same
you.
time.
Thank you.
Council, this doesn't have a suggested action, but if somebody would like to make a motion as to how you would want to move forward, whether it's to table it or to talk to the manager and see what the manager thinks.
Well, I encourage Jared to bring counsel on this issue. So I think your intent is to get this on the CIP. Is that?
Yes, we're asking to have this included in the CIP so that we can identify a funding source and start moving forward.
Would it be, is there any way this would fall under the excess money that, from the old CIP?
Well, we don't really have any excess money because we use that for the increased cost in all the projects. But it could easily, well, I say easily, it could be placed on
The new one?
the new one.
Okay.
It could almost be a companion to the storm sirens. I mean, it would fit in the same category. Is that a motion?
What?
Or I guess we really don't need a motion. We need to just direct staff to bring that item back, probably.
I would like to direct staff to bring that item back.
Second.
Or you could
Can we
direct staff to include it in the
CIP
in the new
proposal?
CIP proposal? Yeah.
Okay.
I will accept that friendly amendment.
I've got a motion and my own second. Call the roll, please, or please vote. That item was approved 8-0.
Mayor, I make the motion to adjourn to executive session.
I've got a motion to adjourn to executive session. Do I have a second? Second. Have a second. Please vote. Call the roll.
Harris.
Yes.
Chapman. Yes. Gill.
Yes.
Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Yes.
Warren.
Yes.
Hankins.
I would entertain a motion to return for me. Got a motion?
Second.
And a second.
You can't motion and second.
Call the roll, please.
Williams. Warren. Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur.
Go ahead.
Item 56, pursuant to 307B4 Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, council convened an executive session to discuss pending action with Oklahoma Department of Environmental Quality concerning a notice of violation issued by ODEQ to the city on February 14, 2024 in relation to the City of Lawton Municipal Solid Waste Landfill and the fiscal year 22 and fiscal year 23 financial assurance mechanism update, local government tests not having been submitted by December 31st, 2022 and December 31st, 2023. That conversation did occur and no action is necessary. Item 57, pursuant to Section 307B4 Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, council convened an executive session to discuss the pending action in Comanche County District Court titled City of Lawton, Oklahoma versus International Union of Police Association, Local 24, and Nathan Ronan, case number CV 2023-205. That conversation occurred and no action is necessary. Item 58, pursuant to Section 307B4 Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, council convened an executive session to discuss litigation in the case of Gerald S. Eiler versus City of Lawton, case number CJ 2020-185. That conversation did occur, and it's my understanding we have a motion.
I make a motion to approve a resolution authorizing the city attorney to execute a settlement agreement in the case of Gerald S. Eiler versus City of Lawton, case number CJ 2020-185, paying Mr. Eiler the sum of $75,000 to settle all claims in this case, and directing the city attorney to prepare and file a journal entry of judgment incorporating said resolution and settlement agreement for the court's approval.
Got a motion? Do I have a second? Second. Call the roll, please.
Warren. Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Yes.
That item was approved 8-0.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to adjourn.
Have a motion to adjourn. Do I have a second? Have a second. Call the roll, please.
Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Yes.
Warren.
Yes.